Yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good to see some mini painting. Well, I'm not painting anything. Ogre Mod Tribes, that's cool. Hey, post them in the Discord, sir. We're hoping next year for Mod Tribe new minis, which is, I think, on many Ogre players' wish list. We don't have anything to paint right now, but soon enough, we're getting there. But yeah, post it in the Discord, man. That's cool. Good morning, folks. Excuse me. Yeah, the ogres need updates. They really need to get out of, like, Age of Sigmar and have their own miniature line for AOS. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the goal, I believe, with, like, Age of Sigmar anyways. It's just you need that separation. They're a little bit reluctant to kind of throw them over, at least right now, just because the entire line is still stuck in Age of Sigmar and they don't really have any updates that they can share. But yeah, once they can figure out, you know, hey, this is an Age of Sigmar ogre and this is like a Warhammer Fantasy ogre, you know, you're probably going to get a bunch of new stuff, which is cool, because that's how it should be. Ogres and Giants, they should, yeah, they should. Giants got, well, even with the Sons of Behemoth, like, they have the big ones, but the older ones are just kind of still lying around, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they need their own sculpts, for sure. And then you can have, like, a female giant and stuff like that. If they exist. Do they even exist in Age of Sigmar? They're called the Sons of Behemoth, so I'm not sure. Make a big mama ogre. Or a big mama giant. What happened where? Something to do with the big mama? Oh, so literally that. That would be suitable. Yeah, some big, like, fat, motherly, giant thing. Yeah, for sure. That'd be cool. It's mama. Don't piss off Big Mama. I mean, even in Age of Sigmar, chances of us getting, like, female dwarves is pretty high, at least in terms of, like, the dispossessed. Considering Valaya's, like, the big return. Yeah, this is just... It's, like a wristband. It's just cloth to catch things. Pictures are in Discord. I'll check them out in a sec. A rumor video? You could post it in Discord, post it in general. Shield bearers into their own characters, Thanes in command. Depends on the minis you're using, because not every dwarf mini is going to have a tilted head. Technically, no dwarves have tilted heads because none of them have, like, ball joints. They're all just kind of, like, bent into place. The 6th edition plastic dwarf warriors kind of had it. Oh, the Lord kit? I don't know if you could even do that without, like, hacking them up. perversely. These guys. Because the heads are just kind of... Like, the beards... Everything here is CAD designed, right? So it's all going to be very seamless, very monopose. Everything's going to fit exactly as it should. It's not like an old hand-sculpted piece where it's a little bit jank and you can kind of, like, finagle it. Turn the shield bearers into Thanes. And then have them as their own units. You could do that. I mean, a lot of that would just be like the arm replacements, right? You just have to kind of like work off the pose of the shoulders. So like this guy would probably have an axe. This guy would be more akin to, is this his axe? It's a handgun. I guess it depends on what you want to give them, but you know. Where is it? Oh, the axe is literally right here. I'm just brain dead. It's not even the right arm, but... I mean, you'd probably have to just play off, like, the natural posings. Most likely, because you can't really finagle the shoulders. They're all kind of just sculpted the way they are. Like, this guy would most likely have some sort of, like, axe or hammer tilted up in the air. If you wanted to go that route. I mean, Thanes can have whatever, but typically you give them, like, great weapons and shit. I mean, they are. It's not the right arm, but, you know. Anyways. I was just going to use the converted metal sculpts for my Thanes. Yeah, let me take a look at Discord. In battle, hello, sir. That's cool, yeah. The ogres. Oh, you were playing these in Age of Sigmar then, right? Because you have, like, the circle bases. Yeah, those are, like, the classic ogre minis. They're good. I like them. Those are my favorite. I remember vividly seeing a lot of ogre stuff back in the day. They look good, man. Yeah, they look good. All that matters is you're happy with it, you know? Ogres could be a bit weird to paint because, like, half of their body is just skin. And unless you're really, like, someone who enjoys painting skin, it can be a bit tough. Like the same thing with the orcs. You paint orcs, you gotta paint skin. A lot of skin. I've seen it. I've certainly seen it. It's a bit strange, but people have done it. It is certainly a little bit odd. Hey, good morning. Hey, thank you, sir. Jesus. Still dying. The lungs are not well. The phlegm. The phlegm lungs. Nasty. Oh no, that's how it should be, man. You don't really have to rebase everything. Like, if you want to play Old World, just put them on adapters. Which is not so bad. Like, no one has time to rebase everything. That's what we did back in the day, but these days, fuck that. How many times do I have to rebase? Although I'm sure most people who had, like, fantasy armies until the Old World ended up rebasing, but... Or even using adapters, most likely. It's the fickle thing of Games Workshop wanting larger space, which I don't blame them for, but, like, yeah. When you gotta rebase an entire army or get, like, modifiers for everyone, it's not that fun. Street Fighter movie. I'm a fan of Street Fighter. I don't think those who went on stage and did, like, the whole stunt, I don't know if that was the best thing for them to do, but, like, it was fun. That was cool. That was uploaded to the VOD channel, too, so... It won't really be going anywhere. It is on the VOD channel. Well, I haven't really been on it as of late. The last time we used it was for the Game Awards, which is cool. But yeah, when we get back to Variety, we're going to be on it pretty much every time. It should be soon when I'm better over this lung issue. I just want to feel normal for once. Who doesn't want to be normal? Health-wise. Otherwise, you're a freak. Yo, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's not so late, not so early. 5 a.m.'s kind of a reasonable place to be time-wise. My schedule's kind of better, but not really. I just want to be normal. uh, you used to. You're talking about, like, boards to play on? A long time ago, but otherwise it would just be sort of like fun shelf pieces. That stuff still goes on. Like, you can still do armies on parade and stuff like that, yeah. So people always make display boards for their armies, which I could definitely do. If I had an army to put on the board first. If I kept everything, maybe I could do the board immediately, but... Well, that's the idea. Well, you wouldn't dedicate a room to that. That would be ridiculous. You'd dedicate, like, a shelf. A room for stuff like that would be doing it full-time. A shelf on, like, a Billy bookcase, I wouldn't mind that. That'd be reasonable. Space is usually a problem when it comes to, hobbying with anything. Space and funds. But everyone knows you somehow make Warhammer work. You just need more space. You need lots of space. Well, people turn garages into, like, nerd caves if you don't really use it. I want a basement. I miss the cold, fetid earth. A basement for all this stuff would be awesome. I don't drive at all. No, I don't drive. So if I did have a garage, maybe it'd be used for something else. Yeah, miniature stand. Hello, sir. Finishing a painting. That's awesome. I think I tuned in. I forgot what you were making. It was I think it was were you doing like a pinup or something? I can't remember what it was. But it's good. It's always good, sir. I one day need to get back to painting. It has been a very long time. Knowledge and Lamborghinis. And if I had all that money, I would not want a Lamborghini. It might have been that. Yeah. It might have been a Kingdom Death Mini. Which I feel like the name would entail something different, but like the sculpts are not what they sound like. Yeah, it's cool. It's like 5 a.m. A wet chick coming out of water could be interpreted in more ways than one. Yeah, I would imagine when you don't paint your armies, or rather paint for wargaming, it's pretty liberating to just kind of paint things either for people or for competition. The army painting is such a different beast than doing like one piece at a time. It's like you're almost compelled to just kind of cheat with the army. It's like, do I really have to base coat 50 dwarf faces? A white coat, no, not, I mean, that's just base coating and stuff, right? Depending on what you want to do. Usually lighter colors want white. You don't have to do any of that, though. You could, I'd prime all my stuff black and just go from there, but, you know, more experienced painters will certainly have their techniques. Excuse me. I think with how convenient miniature painting has become with, like, speed paints and stuff like that, whereas it's been around for a while, but it's more readily available. Yeah, you typically do, for the sake of painting things for the tabletop, you're going to do white and then contrast paint, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it just depends on what you like looking at. Some people don't like looking at that, some people do. Some people don't have time, some people do. It's just kind of what you're into and what you've got time for. The contrast. Ugh. Yeah, there's I mean, again, there's a million ways to paint minis, man. You just got to do what you enjoy looking at and what process works for you. You can meld many different techniques. Mini painting usually is just like passing around ancient Chinese knowledge, the techniques of old. Like, what if I do this, with these colors? The ancient secrets. Go to bed. I'm up. I just woke up. Process of putting a good outfit together. Well, sometimes things do just work out. You gotta trust the process. Most people who paint kind of give up halfway through. It's like, what the fuck am I looking at? But you have to kind of see it to the end. What did I do? Where did it go wrong? You know, I don't blame people for second guessing themselves, though, when it comes to stuff like this, because it is a big commitment. It's time, it's money, it's effort, it's a hobby. It's not gonna, you know, unless you do it professionally, pay the bills. You should enjoy it, though, but, you know, you can't really be scared to kind of, like, try things out and experiment, because typically the way you even get better to begin with is just kind of fucking around. The more you see, the better it becomes. Yo, yo. Well, I mean, if you thrift and stuff like that, it'll be more convincing. Self-expression isn't necessarily just spending $1 billion, so you can throw something together that's, like, cool to look at that you like. League champs and skins. Art inspires art. You'll find a lot of people kind of ripping on other things, which makes sense. I think when I do Warhammer, I don't want to do League. It's just a different thing. I don't know if I'd go to League for, like, color schemes, but they've got some interesting palettes. Technically, Bilgewater can just be dwarvish things. It's just a bunch of, like, earthy tones and green diarrhea. Could be Nurgle. But art does inspire art. From one artiste to another. No, I know, no. I know, but you can be inspired by palettes and stuff like that. Like, there's no reason not to do something like what GP has going on in the vein of, like, a dwarf. It's just earthy tones. The entirety of Bilgewater, excluding maybe, you know, graves and shit, it's just, like, browns and greens. This is my Gangplank clan. Oh, that, yeah, you could do that. I mean, even some of the art books for, like, gaming. There's a million different ways to be inspired. Technically, those guys who painted, you know, splash arts and whatnot were inspired by something else, too. It's just a long list of what inspired what. Where did it come from? Yeah, I mean, there's a reason people like seeing photos and art and sharing things with others. It's just like a collective, you know, bit of exploration. I don't think I'm really a big fan of the GW. I've been looking through, like, because I have the Hellsmith book and I have the Votan book. I don't think I like any of their color schemes. Like, the official ones just aren't really for me. Not that I'd play, you know, Hellsmiths or even, like, Votan at this point, but some of them just don't really jive with me. So you just make up your own. There are no rules, only imagination. Wario scheme. Yeah, art inspires art. Absolutely. Everyone's going to be interested in something different. You know, what Games Workshop shows you and what other painters have going on and stuff, you know, you'll find something that you like. And they'd be like, yeah, I want to incorporate that, and so on and so forth. Alrighty. Where is the torso? Hmm. Posted something fun in the work in progress channel. You see? Shit. Bro's got the, I know where those are from. I have, fuck, what are those called? What are those shelves called? Because I own their paint cases. They're pretty well done, and they smell good. I forgot what they're called, though. That looks nice, man. It's great. Space is definitely needed for a hobby like this. And once you have your own space, it's great, because you can kind of just, like, sit down, do it. Frontier wargaming, yeah. Their stuff is actually really nice. Like, really, really nice. It's, like, very high quality. I think I've got both of them in storage, though. That's awesome, man. You have more space than I do, I gotta say. You know what you might actually be able to use? Are you crunched on your desk? Like, do you feel like you don't have enough space in front of you? Because you can have, like, what? 6, 5? You're, like, 5 deep with Space Marines? Which I don't think is too much. It's, like, what, a foot? Because there is a way to extend your table, which I found recently, and I love it. It's so good. Oh, you have another desk? Gotcha. That's good. Because I've had problems with my current table where I just never had enough room to kind of work on. And I ended up getting a, it's like a, what would you call it? It's like a computer chair, computer desk. It feels like, it's like a faux leather. It plops onto your desk and you have, like, room for, like, your elbows and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm working on right now. It's quite nice if you've got a small desk and need, like, a bit more space. I do like it quite a bit. But that is the goal, sir. The goal is to also have a station like yours. No, yeah, for sure. Well, that's the number one thing when it comes to painting. It's like, if you have to dig out your paint, it's going to be a lot less appealing to kind of do it. You know? MDF. No, their stuff is nice, yeah. Frontier Gaming's... I remember seeing it somewhere, and then I'm like, man, I need something like that for, like, travel. And now I don't travel anywhere. Yeah, Frontier Gaming and, like, Hobby Zone are two of the goats that I've used. Both of those are, like, really, really nice. Or you can go to, like, Amazon and get, you know, acrylic racks and stuff like that, which are also good. You need convenience. It's a luxury, but, you know, who wants to kind of take all the time to set everything up before you, work on something? It's not very fun. Yeah, Hobby Zone is good. There's a lot of products out there that are worth the money if you invest into them. Like Hobby Zone is one of those. Like everything is super thick. Everything is like very robust, very modular. You can build your whole desk on their app and then kind of order everything. It's really well done. I should be sponsored. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's your hobby space. It's your happy place, right? Functionality for sure is something that you need. Form is nice. But Frontier Gaming has, like, I mean, there's no denying their quality and their look. Everything is really well done. It's pure quality. I right now have a hodgepodge of, like, office stuff. I've got... I mean, technically my favorite module that I own is a desk edition. It's not even meant for, like, hobbying, but it's got 2 drawers. I think it's a stationary organizer from, like, Staples or something. Some, like, home place, workspace place. And it just holds everything. Holds all my tools, my brushes, or not my brushes, sorry, my clippers and everything. Glues. Yeah. Everything can be a Warhammer thing if you try hard enough. Which is either a good thing or a very, very bad thing. That will lead you down very bad paths. It's like you don't even go for groceries at Walmart anymore. You go for Warhammer tools. That stuff too, yeah. The the nuts and bolt organizers from, like, Home Depot. I've got a few of those. I use them for bits as well. Yeah, or you use jewel and bead organizers. That can be great too if they're all, like, modular. Or rather stackable, I should say. There's a million things that you can use for Warhammer that do not technically relate to Warhammer, but, like, you know, everyone's after the new big thing for, like, organization or desk ease of access, whatever it may be. It's fun. It's not needed, but, you know, it's fun. And everyone's got a shit ton of bits, so that's cool. Before my girlfriend ended up taking over the bedroom with her setup, I actually had a Warhammer room, but it was more of, like, in the bedroom. And the table was so nice, you know, large space, big cutting mat, tons of Hobby Zone everywhere, like, aesthetically pleasing, workflow was great. Now I'm confined to, like, a closet with one IKEA desk that I've got an extension on because it's too small. But you make it work. I'm working out of a cardboard box right now, which I made, which is lovely. You do make it work. It's like, if you could have a hobby room, give me shelves, give me a gaming table, give me like a stream setup, give me an airbrush booth that leads outside with ventilation. Like, that's the dream. Plastic glue fumes. Yeah, it's not very fun, sir. It's part of the culture, though. It's like, what kind of fandom would the Warhammer fandom be if they weren't sniffing glue 24/7 with the shit they're saying on Twitter? Cool. I should really try and reach out to certain companies that I use. I'll be using Rosemary and Co. brushes for, like, Christmas, because my girlfriend got me a pair. Or, I should say a set. And I think those guys actually do kind of, do, like, affiliate links and stuff, which is cool, but I'm not sure. It's like, I do this shit daily. Should probably reach out. They do? Yeah, that's cool. Do you just message them and say, like, hey, I like your product, I want an affiliate link or something? Are you interested in dwarves? Name every High King. And which brush they used. Tom, hello, sir. Why not glue them all together? I do a lot of converting, so I like to gauge kind of what I'm making before I commit. That's why. And I'm building a 2,000 point army from scratch, so a lot of it is just kind of boiling down to, like, conversion poses and things. Like, this guy's supposed to be reloading his handgun. This guy's supposed to be kind of, like, at ease with his handgun. Doesn't want to reload, just wants to shoot you instead with his, grandfather's pistol. A lot of it is just kind of gauging how things look before I commit. That's basically it. Because I technically do want to convert everything in this army if I can, to a degree. Provide some info on your social media. Yeah, I got you. That's cool. That's fine. I'll probably reach out in the future once I use their stuff, because I don't want to not use it and then say, like, hey, come buy it, you know? Yeah. But, you know, I mean, if you like something, you may as well support it. And I've done Warhammer my whole life, so it's like, why not try and reach out for brands that help me do what I love? And maybe can, you know, help other people as well. Makes sense. The gangster hand. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. I mean, this shit is expensive. You know, brushes aren't cheap, paint's not cheap, all this stuff ain't cheap. Yeah, yeah. And if people want, you know, their product out there, then they're going to send you a few things. Like, that's completely valid. Yeah. 2,000 points. Well, it'll be next year. It'll be for Age of Sigmar, though. It's not going to be for, like, Old World. Old World Dwarf stuff is pretty much done for a while. They had a big re-release with, like, made-to-order, new miniatures. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. No worries. Couldn't have taken off. Oh, dude, the hobby is... Some people say, oh man, I can't afford the miniatures. Oh man, everything is so expensive. And they're only looking at the minis. They don't even see the tools half the time or the paints half the time. Because all that stuff is literally as expensive as the minis. It's nuts. It's like, I want to start Warhammer. I've got $100. Well, whatever you do, do not buy the Games Workshop clippers. Or the blade. Yeah, so, you know, if you've got brands who are willing to work with you, that's awesome. No, yeah, completely. I was the same way. I'm sure most kids, you know, if you've got like a tight-knit family, you're probably going to mooch off them a little bit, and then you go back and say, hey, look what I've got for you, maybe. But who knows? You know, at the end of the day, we all want to do something we love for a living, and if your passion is miniature hobbying and painting and videos and stuff like that, you can try and make it work. It's not easy, but there certainly is, like, people who enjoy this stuff and do want to support it, like, tenfold. Professional baseball hospitality? Baseball hospitality? What is that? What does that mean? Baseball hospitality? Oh, you can go on Facebook Marketplace, yeah. Yeah, the hobby has always been, for me, kind of a hodgepodge of things. I've bought brand new, I've bought used, I've sold tons of stuff, I've bought tons of stuff. You know, if you shop around, you can find deals on everything. Paintbrushes, paint, minis. You know, you're going to have to put a bit of work in, but, like, your wallet's more important, you know? Microplastics. I've got air purifiers and things going on, so not really. You would see them in the air if they were floating around. Everything kind of just drops down to the tray and it stays in the tray. I sell premium suits for going group outings. Or, oh, that's cool. That's different. That'll pay for Warhammer. Yeah, it will. One suit, one army? I think so. Do I worry about microplastics outside of Warhammer? Probably not. There's only so much you can kind of control in life. And there was a study that apparently they did, you know, kind of travel down to your balls, so you've got microplastics congregating in your balls. So who knows what's going on with that? Karak Nutsack. The fetid Sack Dowie. Is that really a thing? That's cool. I should go to one of those. Pretty much. You could give birth to, like, unreleased miniatures. It's a very odd thing, but, like, you never know. What the fuck are we talking about? Quiet. It's demonic. Yeah, what a how do you even find that out? Like, I don't even want to know the science behind it, but how would you even know there's microplastics down there? Like, what the fuck? What a weird thing. Well, everyone knows your girlfriend doesn't do Warhammer. That's like the age-old tale of people in this hobby. Everyone knows that. I will never forget the day that she begged me to play Age of Sigmar. And I said no. I've had enough. I can't believe I said that. She's like, we should really play Age of Sigmar. I want to play the game again. I'm like, but we just played like 5 games this week. I'm like, I want a bit of a break. It was at that point, everything collapsed. Yeah, I ruined everything. One fell swoop of the tongue. I mean, everyone's got nostalgia and an interest in things. I mean, she does art for a living, so she's painted stuff and played the game, and you know, her nostalgia's Pokemon, not mine, so... Nostalgia is a very fickle thing. No, that's cool. Hey, I met my girlfriend on Discord. She opened up by saying, who gives a fuck who Tobias Fate is? He's not Tyler 1. Okay, bitch. Okay, bitch. I'll be seeing you next month, don't worry. Crochet's next to me. No, I mean, you know, you do things as... You do things as a couple. Ideally, you get with someone who's, you know, in the sphere of maybe what you're into. It's not to say that you both have to be doing the same thing to kind of get it on, but, like, if you like Warhammer, and they like Warhammer, I mean, that's great. Like, who's gonna complain? Become a streamer. Well, that was a very... I don't even know. Some things just happen in life, and they are what they are, and you're like, really? It's a good story for another time. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're nerdy or do art or anything like that, you'll probably be interested in some sort of tabletop thing at some point. It just makes sense, but... What I need is old world players. I need the unks and unkettes to kind of crawl out of their graves from way back when and play some old world. Boomers rise up. Time to rank and flank. Mice and Mystics. That's pretty cool. Get gear, level up. Yeah, some board games are... I think my favorite board game back in the day was probably Risk. I had, like, the Star Wars version of it, too. But, yeah, I feel like board games are kind of slept on. There's a lot of, like, I'm sure fun ones out there, but you need people to play with. No one in their right mind is going to be like, man, I can't wait to play a single-player board game. Even though there are rules for, you know, AI-controlled units. But, yeah, who knows? I feel like it's almost like a lost art. The art of playing a board game. But it is an easier way to do things. There's no baggage. With Warhammer, there's like a billion different things to kind of hold on to, but board games being more of like a self-contained thing is pretty good. The art of being a cool person. Listen, I don't think there's an art to that. I think you're just kind of cool or you're not. But maybe. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, my girlfriend would play the Dark Souls board game. Her favorite game is like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, all that stuff, any FromSoft thing. She'd certainly do that, for sure. I don't know how that game plays, but everyone likes Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Mostly. Onsbach, my beloved. I see the God, what was that from? That's the new Dark Water box, right? Yeah, those things are nuts looking, dude. Jeez. The Nurgle minis in the Dark Water box were pretty good. I think a lot of people said they were too plain for Nurgle, but I quite like them. I like that you can kind of just do like texturing and whatever you want with like the flat surfaces, which is cool. Although I feel like Age of Sigmar in general has been a bit streamlined, kind of ish, but I like the look of them, dude, and the paint job's nuts too. So yeah. When you got sent that box, were you able to paint anything that would be showcased? Because I know for the folks that did get it, I'm not sure if everyone painted the Nurgle stuff initially. If I got it, I would have painted the dwarf. Just saying. That would have been my thing. Because I feel like I saw more of the Nurgle stuff initially. Which all of it looks amazing. Oh, did it really? Okay. So you could paint whatever you wanted. That's cool. God of War 4 and 5 had some good dwarf stuff. Is it really? They kind of look like freaks. They're more like, what would you call it? Lore accurate? Folklore accurate, I guess, is maybe what those guys look like a little bit. I think. Principal, hello, buddy. I'm too, Warhammer dwarf pilled. Sometimes you run into, like, one thing in particular in life that you feel like completely blows everything else out of the water, and everything else is just, like, sacrilegious in comparison. It's not a healthy way to look at things, but, like, you know, everyone's got their taste in something. That's beautiful, is it? Little bearded, hairy men and plump little women. It's a beautiful thing. I don't know. Some things just resonate with you a bit more. It's not to say that other things in the vein of, you know, typical tropey fantasy things aren't great, but, you know, certain things just kind of stay with you a lot more than others. Tuber Duck, hello, buddy. Yeah, you're good, man. Peace, buddy. And good luck with the new, the Warhammer setup. I will be jealous. I long for the days of a table. But yeah, take it easy, man. I feel like most people who get into Warhammer typically go all in. Or any sort of, like, miniature hobbying. Miniature wargaming. Whether it be, like, the painting, the gaming. The fandom itself is very, hardcore. Everything's always amped up to 200%. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, people want to be happy. Warhammer brings you joy. It does for me, to a degree. There is nothing like working on miniatures that you once did as a child. The nostalgia is real. It is real. Painting and building. You don't have to, man. You know, I think for most people, they do kind of latch on to things they enjoy. I like both. I've always enjoyed competitive gaming. I've always enjoyed art, painting, drawing, like whittling, stuff like that, sculpting. You know, you don't have to play anything. You don't have to do what everyone else is doing in the hobby. But I think for the sake of, you know, maybe the draw for some people who do work on armies is that you get to play with what you've built. It's not a bad gig, and I think if you maybe try it, you might like it. But yeah, there's no rule for that, obviously. You just want to enjoy what you're doing. But, you know, with Games Workshop, it's always like, man, build, paint, and play. You gotta play the game. And then once they get you, it's like, a new release? I need that for my army. So. Yeah. A bit of everything. The culture of it is good. Warhammer is kind of the, or not even for the sake of Warhammer, like miniature gaming in general is usually like the all-encompassing hobby. You've got reading, painting, building, dioramas, gaming, video games, animations, just there's a million things to do in the hobby. One combat patrol game. Well, role-playing stuff too, yeah. That's like a whole different beast, right? But these days, you know, instead of doing, yeah, bigger pointed armies, you can do kill team, combat patrol, a lot of smaller, offerings to just kind of get your foot in the door. Which is how most people get into it anyways, because it's so much work. Like, no one's going to sit there and realistically build a 2,000-point army as their first thing. Maybe some people will, but okay, this is good. Build and paint. Sometimes give the minis backstories. But a lot of tabletop gaming is just narrative driven, so that's cool. Yeah. Who's to say that I won't make my own little stories for my dwarves? I think Underworld is, that's Age of Sigmar, right? I don't even know the lore of that. No clue. Maybe it's some sort of, like, catacomb, thing where people are going around trying to get treasure or something. I don't know. I have no clue. Warbands going in for some sort of glory. Some sort of isolated tomb or something. People do play it, though. People play a variety of, you know, the smaller GW titles. The main one I played was probably Blood Bowl. My Goblin Dwarf team. Orcs, humans. Way back when. Necromunda would be cool to get into, but I just don't have time for building anything Necromunda. There is no chance. You could do that if you wanted to. People have cut up sprues and turned them into debris, like rubble and stuff. People have turned sprues of miniatures into miniatures. Like, without the miniature parts. Like, I think I saw back in the day a guy turning, like, sprues into Necrons or something. I have absolutely no idea. But that's cool. Yeah. A little bit of home brewing. Again, the hobby is very expensive. You know, I don't suspect that everyone's going to go out and buy minis. For something that's fun, you know, spending an entire paycheck on Warhammer is something I'm sure people do, but very, very hectic. It's like, fuck, man. 2 cannons are like $100 here. Shit ain't not cheap. I remember the weirdest thing GW had done, or at least one thing that I actually banked on quite a bit when I was building my orcs back in the day, was Games Workshop ended up bringing back Battle for... Oh, no, it wasn't Battle for Skull Pass. It was Blackreach, Assault on Blackreach. And what they ended up doing with those minis after the initial box had been released and things had kind of calmed down and they no longer produced it, was they ended up reboxing them and putting them into hobby stores at, like, a massive discount. And some of these things had, like, miniatures that were only available in that box. And so you'd go around and you'd look for, like, not Assault on Blackreach, but for Battle for Vadros, which was their take on, like, Blackreach, but in, you know, hobby stores instead of Games Workshop. And there's always ways to kind of cheap out on the hobby, which is, at the end of the day, what you should try and do, because then you can get more of it. One mini left. That is my favorite box set. Yeah, Battle for Skull Pass is amazing. That's what I started Fantasy with, technically. That is my #1 set, forever and always, with Warhammer Fantasy. That is the GOAT. And those minis are all great. And you can still use them. You should post it in the Discord. If you guys have anything to show any of us here, yeah, post it in the Discord, man. That's awesome. When I was 10 years old, yes, sir. I ended up going for a consultation for my teeth. And after we did that, which we did not go through with because that place was like a cult. Everyone sat on like big fucking rubber balls instead of chairs. Went into Games Workshop. I'm like, oh my god, what is this? Battle for Skull Pass. Dwarves and goblins. Yeah, that's awesome. It's like, no matter what anyone says about those sculpts, I love them. They're simple, they're plastic. Nostalgia. Excuse me. Goblin Archer. Oh, you had so many of them in the box, though. You had, like, what, 60 goblins? You had, like, 40 spearmen, 20 archers, 10 spider riders, you had a troll, you had a shaman, you had a war boss, or, like, a big boss. Yeah, the goblin side was stacked, and then you had, like, the big effigy, the Bad Moon effigy with, like, the skulls and everything. You had, like, the tied-up slayer. Yeah, that was just my goat. It's so good. I think that was the first time as well where the goblin sculpts had been updated. Because that was 7th edition. And 7th edition had, like, a fair few new things come out for it, and then 8th subsequently, but I think that might have been the first time the Night Goblins had got their glow up. Maybe it was for 8th edition, I can't remember. Maybe not, though. I think it was 7th. Yeah, they're all unique. Well, they're still in the vein of, like, the plastic boxes, but they're all, like, monopose, and they do kind of look... like, they're unique sculpts, 100%. You have, like, that little undersized cannon, the dinky cannon. Yeah, the butt-naked Slayer. They actually ended up writing a book for that box set, like a companion piece that later came out, which was about the fall of Karak Grom, with the fetid night goblins invading from the forests. And of course the dwarves win, you know, as they always, well, technically not always do, at all, ever, but in the case of Karak Grom, they did win. Yeah, dwarves winning anything is not very lore-friendly. Yeah, the Naked Slayer. The big booty cheeks. It would be so cool to see those sets come back. You can just kind of, like, buy the sprues. Because they're somewhere. Like, they're in the GW archive, right? There's no way those molds are gone. Like, bolster your Night Goblin forces. Here's a bunch of monopose stuff. Which they ended up doing that anyways for Orcs when they came out with, like, the boys. Like, the initial boys that they ended up releasing were from, like, what? 6th edition? The 6th edition starter set with, like, the Empire and the Orcs. And then they ended up selling you a bunch of, like, the Error boys and the Dual Choppa boys. So they could do it. It's there. Artorius, hello, sir. Well, I don't condone that personally, but someone probably does, yeah. I've seen many a thing printed online. I've seen people on eBay selling prints of GW stuff for full price, and then priming them to show that they're, you know, legit. Yeah, people are... It's a very suspect thing. Brand new trolls. I found them in a lot. I don't know where they came from. Real, genuine stone trolls. What? They were just primed when I got them. It does suck, though, that they're all kind of, you know, either unobtainable or very expensive. Like, GW's got a massive catalog. It'd be cool to see all of it kind of brought back for a time. And reasonably priced. That's the number one thing. most things GW, the old made-to-order stuff is, like, egregiously expensive. Resin Demon Prince and Keeper of Secrets. Yeah, that's cool. You know, you hobby the way you want to. Those are, I think there was supposed to be, like, a GW Breach at one point where they had, like, every 40k mini, like, in a STL. How does that get out? Well, some of the I don't condone it. I don't really buy that stuff, but I'm not going to sit here and scold anyone. I heard the quality was good, though. I've heard of, like, sites that sell you recasted stuff, but it's all fairly decent in quality. It's not going to be like, you know, we took 5 minutes to make a mold in China, here you go, enjoy. Or, like, you know, China and Russia are typically the two places you find that stuff. The laws are very different. But apparently the quality is good as fuck. And again, it does kind of blow that some of these minis aren't even available anymore. They're just gone from the market. They're either too rare, too expensive, or somewhere. You just can't find them. So many good minis back in the day. Where have they all gone? Where are they all now? Hmm. It's the Giga Chad Slayer. To die in glorious battle. I mean, technically they are disgraced. Is it Giga Chad? Would it be more Chad to not be disgraced? No, I do everything. This army is going to be for a 2,000 point list, which I'll have to play at a gaming store, not at Games Workshop, because apparently there's one game every month of Old World, which wasn't always the case. Oops. If they run some sort of like smaller league for 500 points, I could probably rip this list apart and be like, okay, sure, but yeah, ideally it's a full 2,000 point list. Maybe. I mean, streaming in certain stores and stuff, you have to ask them. It'd be interesting. I mean, you know what? Not everyone enjoys watching Warhammer. Even I sometimes don't really want to watch it. It just depends on how it's, like, presented. I feel like for me, if I recorded battle reports, I'd want to make them kind of, like, immersive. You know, with, like, sound effects and little animations and things to kind of, like, bring the battle to life instead of having, like, just everyone statically move around. Not to say that it'd be a circus, but just make it a little bit more fun. But you could definitely stream, you know, battle reports and all that stuff without editing. Well, Total War is infinitely cheaper than the hobby. Well, technically you need a PC, so maybe not. Once you factor in everything you need to play Total War, it's probably the same price. But Total War is amazing. Yeah, for sure. You say, no! No. I don't even know when that game is supposed to be released. I don't think Warhammer Total War 40k is going to be out next year. Chances are we're going to get Dawn of War 4 next year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was like a slated date for the release, but like I don't think 40k is going to be out next year. I thought I was almost free from the artillery, until I realized I have to build the rest of the organ gun. Ay, ay, ay. And then I can start on the gyrocopters, which are gonna be satanic. From one nightmare to another. Useless organ guns. The 300-part, 60-point models. Lovely. Well, that should be the end of the crew, outside of their arms, mostly. Or I have to chop them all up and convert them. So we've, I think, successfully made, what, 12 crew? 12 crew without arms. Which is not a bad bet. That's like a whole fucking unit of guys. Who are technically just wound counters. Wound counters and set dressing. Yeah, it's one step closer. Let's see here. There we go. Bald. Oh my god. The entire clan has been shamed. Shamed by Twitter. They're gonna take the Slayer Oath. And crash out. Get themselves permanently banned. Well, there we go. Nice. Yes, sir. It is. It's a unit in itself of just crewmen. Because for some reason, you need 3 of them per base, and they don't have anything to do with the War Machine. Yeah, this is legitimately just a big unit. There they are. Aye, the Engineers Guild. The Armless Engineers Guild. If the ancestors had no arms, neither do we. I don't read the new stuff. I don't really have time to read the new stuff, to be honest, and I'd rather be making my army, but the last Black Library stuff I've been reading was probably going back through, like, the old Nick Kime dwarf books. I think that was it. Yeah, there's a lot of things I have to catch up on, but I prefer to reread the old stuff just to kind of stay in tune with, like, what I had once read ages ago. But, yeah, if there's a new novel that comes out that piques my interest, I'll pick it up and then, you know, add it to the backlog. Most of which is Age of Sigmar stuff. That's all kind of the backlog. I don't really read 40k. I don't read, you know, anything in that universe right now, but maybe one day. I need to catch up on the adventures of dwarves in Age of Sigmar. Okay. Shit. Dwarf favorites. If you... Well, there's a lot of dwarf books that had come out. I don't think they're currently in... I don't think any of them are currently being produced as of yet. Games Workshop is currently bringing back a lot of, like, the pivotal stuff. So, like, they did the Heldenhammer series, they did the Gash stuff, that I think just went out. All of this has been written before, but it's all being republished in, like, a big omnibus-style, you know, offering. In terms of dwarf stuff, you've got the War of Vengeance series, which is like a dwarf book, an elf book, and then the culmination of everything. You've got some stuff from Gav Thorpe, which is a little bit more personal. It feels like the life of a dwarf. Nick Kime does a great job at making everything gritty, everything badass. But I would say a great one-off piece, if you want to kind of love dwarves as a species without so much of the badassery. Side favorite, liking the Soulblight author. Who wrote the Soulblight stuff? I haven't read that, so I have no clue. Usually when it comes to dwarf stuff, though, you're going to look for, like, Nick Kime and Gav Thorpe. Like, those guys kind of did most of the dwarf stuff back in the day. God, who else was it? They did, like, a Thorgrim novella. They have a bunch of short stories from various authors. Mana, hello, buddy. I would say if you want, like, a very one-off, like, man, the dwarves have some heart, don't they? Try Doom of the Dragonback as, like, a one-off piece. Which, isn't the shortest dwarf book, but it's one that certainly is much different from the other ones. Well, that's the War of Vengeance. So that's a trilogy, 3 different authors. You've got Nick Kime, who wrote the first book, C.L. Werner, who did the second one, I think. Three different authors. I can't see it from here. I mean, if technically, you know what? Technically, if you do want to start from, you know, I'm not going to say day one, but if you want to start, like, where most of the problems began, you're probably going to want the War of Vengeance. which is like the culmination of elven treachery and dwarven stubbornness, which results in both races kind of getting completely fucked. So you can, if you can find it. Yeah, they have like an omnibus with all three of them. They've got like 2 separate editions, books-wise, so you can have like, first edition stuff is a bit cheaper, second edition's a bit more visually appealing, because all the books kind of line up with the art. That's a great series, and there's a lot of very fucking cool things in it. Like, you've got golems, you've got barges, you've got anvils of doom fucking crackling away. It's a very long set of battles, we'll say. But it's a great series, yeah. It's just you have to read 3 books, which is about, what, 900 to 1,200 pages? I think they're about 300 to 400 each. Gives you a bit of a perspective into both races and how they kind of feel with, like, the war and everything and what's going on. I liked it. I thought it was awesome. And it is the oldest, you could say, stories from, like, the dwarf stuff. So that's actually, you know what? It's not a bad place to start. David Annandale. I've never read his stuff, so I have no clue. Yeah, the the novels are great. They can kind of propel you in a certain direction that you're like, man, I really love this shit now, instead of I like it. It's a big commitment, though. It is a really, really big commitment. For at least a series of books. But, you know, it's not the Horus Heresy, I'll say that much. I think if you're a 40k enjoyer, you're probably bent on reading everything in the world. Or a 30k enjoyer, I should say. Disney. God bless Disney. Excuse me. Well, I don't think Disney wants to buy Warhammer, and I don't think that ever sell. Games Workshop's doing its own thing. GW is not really going to be in any... They're not going to sell. No, yeah, completely. But that's what the novels are meant to do. They're meant to give you a greater insight as to everything. You know, you can read the the army books and get a gist of, like, how they go to war and certain events and things like that, and, you know, some of the more epic tales and goings-on of the race, but, like, the novels are usually more of a very in-depth, you know, personal perspective, I think, into most armies, most races, most characters. Not always, but, you know, if the tabletop game and army books are meant to be, like, broad appeal, the gist of everything, the books are meant to be more of, like, the nitty-gritty details, for sure. I always said if you want to love Warhammer, you should read the books. And it's not that you can't love it by not reading the books, but you'll typically care more about something within Warhammer if you know more about it. Or maybe less because you don't like the way they're written. Yeah, well, yeah, people do write different things. Not everyone's gonna know the character well or, you know, do them justice in the fans' eyes. But you know what I was gonna say? If you want to read a series with dwarves that might be a little bit more easygoing, although, again, the War of Vengeance series, it's 3 books. At least for that period, because there is another omnibus, I believe, with, like, the Sundering, with, like, the elves and the Dark Elves, but you could read Gotrek and Felix. Technically, there's a fuck ton of dwarves in that, if you like dwarves. Well, you know what, then? I would say this. If you want to get into it, you should get both. Get the Sundering series and then get the War of Vengeance. Because technically they do kind of lead into one another, the Sundering being before the War of Vengeance. One is very much about elves, the other one is about the elves and the dwarves, so get both, yeah. If you like reading that much, absolutely, sir. I don't even own the Sundering series. I should probably get it. I just don't enjoy reading about elves. I don't like reading elves. Although I can't lie, with sometimes how they're written in relation to dwarves is fucking hilarious. They're just assholes. New beanie. It's an old beanie. It's just I found it somewhere, so I'm wearing it. That's usually how the beanies work. I will find beanies in couch cushions, just everywhere, and I'll take them. Today's beanie, I found it in the toilet. Tomorrow's beanie is the toilet. Scraping all the plastic. Sisyphus. Carriage Run first came out on off stream. Oh, did I? Was that really? That was a long time ago then, man. Holy shit. The carriage. We looked at Carriage Run on the stream. Which actually, at one point, I was working on them, so maybe. Yeah, thank you, sir. We just keep it chill here. That's it. Not much really goes on here outside of, as of right now, yapping and scraping plastic. Although, again, we do have a Discord if you want to share anything. It was the main channel? Maybe, yeah. Might have been. This channel is... It needs to be its own beast. Like, I don't really want the content kind of mixing. It's just not the same. Different audience, different thing. Different monstrosity. Chainsaw Man movie. I didn't know there was one. Is it like a movie in theaters? I don't know. That's the goal anyways, right? Like you don't have like gaming content and then be like, okay, we're doing Warhammer. It's just not the same. Yeah, that's fair. Most of the folks who do Warhammer are just, well, they can be older. You know, Warhammer's been around since like the 80s, so people have certainly been around quite a bit. I've played Warhammer longer than I've done League, like, by quite a few years. The yappage. Well, the classic dwarves are actually slated via leaks to be releasing next year for Age of Sigmar. Because they exist. The dwarves who never became like the Fire Slayers or ended up going into the skies and becoming Caradron would become the Dispossessed. Those without a home. Right? And then they joined up with Sigmar and Azir, and they mingled with like the humans and the elves and kind of coexisted. But they're supposed to be coming back in a big way. Like the very typical dwarf that you'd typically see in like fantasy, right? Horns, ancestor face masks, like all the classic makings of a fantasy dwarf. Big beards. Yeah, that stuff is supposed to be coming back. With also the return of like ancestor gods, which is insane. So yep. Either way, though, I mean, fantasy's there. Age of Sigmar is still a continuation of fantasy, just in its own way. But you can't go wrong with the classics, right? Like cannons, organ guns, thunderers, quarrelers, rangers, everything. Favorite chaos god? Probably Tzeentch. Tzeentch and Khorne. Slaanesh is just by far the bottom of the barrel for me. I saw the trailer. Yeah, I recorded the whole event. It's on YouTube. It's good, but it's in alpha, so I don't really know what to expect. The concept of the Chaos Gods is incredibly cool. Slaanesh... Slaanesh was never my favorite. But I think what they all have to offer is very unique and very cool. Like, if Twitter had to go down, they'd all kind of given to Khorne or given to Slaanesh. Actually, Nurgle, too. Technically Tzeentch, because half the accounts are bots, so, I don't know. Chaos is among us. Console was a bit of the... Yeah. The fact that it's going to be on console, I think, is the weird thing. I still think if they do it well, it'll be the greatest Warhammer game ever made, but... The idea of it being on console, to me, is the most concerning thing, but I'm sure it's going to be good. Like, if we've seen what Creative Assembly did with fantasy, imagine what they can do with 40k. Although, be it, their bread and butter has always been rank and flank historicals, so, like, it fits fantasy very well. 40k is a very different beast. But you never know. It could be great. That's a valid complaint. I agree. I've played console RTS games, and the way you play them is very strange. It's a very streamlined, watered-down type of experience where you don't have that much maneuvering and you know, posturing, I suppose, but that's a very valid thing, I'd say, completely, having played both. But again, it does have the potential to be one of the greatest games ever made, if done well. And CA has done very well with Warhammer Total War. That's just their bread and butter. Halo Wars wasn't bad. It's the way the games, I think, function is my biggest concern. The way you hold down the A button to have like a giant circle open up to fucking select all of your units. The way the bases feel very watered down in the sense that you don't really... for the sake of Halo Wars, that was different, though. Halo Wars had like a very... like a Battle for Middle-earth, almost, type of feel, where you had to build around a plot. I think I played also Tiberium Wars, which did not have that. Like, Command & Conquer actually let you build where you wanted to build. If they do, that's cool. That's great. Again, I just don't... I used to play these games back in the day. I don't think they're going to go that route. It's probably going to be dialed in and really well done. And, more nuanced, I guess you could say, than what came before it. Only time's going to tell, because I have no clue. Like, I really hope it's a success, because Warhammer needs a game like Total War. It saved Warhammer Fantasy. You know, just imagine how many more people are going to want to do 40k because of a game like that. And people who enjoy Warhammer right now, you know, playing a game as big as Total War 40k. I don't play 40k anymore. I played 40k and started 40k back in like 4th edition. Right now I have like no interest in 40k, but I still enjoy it. Like, I don't want to go build an army or play 40k. But I still like it. I think the one thing that kind of tempted me back into doing 40k was the Dawn of War remaster. I'm like, dude, these are all the miniatures I once had. I played this game on release. This is the shit I grew up with. I need the old guard sculpts. I need the old metal orcs. The big hulking metal killicans and death dreads and all that stuff. It was like a complete blast from the past. That almost got me. Well, I played orcs too growing up. I played guard, I played orcs. I played chaos actually at one point. I was all over the place. I think the reason I'm not like I'm more so excited for other people getting into the hobby than I am for myself kind of playing like 40k Total War. It's not that I'm not excited, but my nostalgia is stronger than like what they release. Like, I'm not frothing at the mouth for 40k Total War, but I will play it. Now, if they did 40k Total War in the vein of the old stuff, like the old guard style, the orcs and everything, and the space marines, then maybe I'd be frothing at the mouth, because that is like pure rose-tinted glasses nostalgia. Like, seeing the old Cadian shock troops and the killicans and everything kind of just lumber around. The old Sentinel. Oh, the Lehman Russ tanks before they got replaced, almost. But I'm happy for it, and I'm happy for other people who really love that stuff. No, this is Old World. This is like Warhammer Fantasy. 40k is just the game, Warhammer 40k, the universe. Which is GW's biggest game, right? So, like, if you want to Usually when people look at Warhammer, they look at 40K. They've seen the Astartes animation, they've played Space Marine, they've watched the YouTube videos. $40K is like Games Workshop's baby at this point, like the #1 thing that cannot fail. The old world can shrivel up and die. I don't want it to, but like, you know, it's not everything to Games Workshop anymore. We need the old world to succeed. My entrance to this genre has been Space Marine and Space Marine 2 the games. Oh yeah, completely. That's exactly what I've been saying. Like, you know, a lot of people who are getting into Warhammer right now, you need a medium in today's times to grasp people. Not everyone back in the day is going to be like, man, I want to go read a book, or man, I want to go, you know, do miniature hobbying. Because that was kind of the thing. Outside of a few hit or miss games, you know, on PC and stuff like that. But you need a way to engage people today with fun games, good-looking games, animations, just anything that's very easy to do. It's not to say that people are, you know, ADHD goblins and they can't sit there for 10 minutes and read a book, but it's not the most convenient thing to kind of draw people in. Space Marine's amazing. You know, the secret, what was it, Secret Layers, Secret Level episode on Netflix, amazing. The quality of those games have been phenomenal in content, and it makes sense that more people would want to get into it. You know, Vermintide was great. Darktide was great. Like, this is exactly what GW should be doing. You know, it's like, hey, I go to Walmart and I want to buy a Transformer toy. And maybe little Timmy says, oh my god, Optimus Prime. And then it's like, wait, is that a Necron flayed one with the skin of his enemies lining his body? I need that. And so now little Timmy goes home with a Necron covered in human skin instead of Optimus Prime. So there's a lot of things out there right now to really draw people in, and it's great because we never had this stuff back in the day. And if we did, it was very limited. Yeah, so it's great. As someone who has seen like most eras of the hobby, from everything being closed off to now everything being open, you know, I still prefer the classics, don't get me wrong. But like, I'm happy for other people more so than myself with the hobby. Like, I just get to sit in the old world and do what I did so many years ago, but, you know, you need fandoms to thrive. You need them to be lived in and enjoyed for them to even continue. You need more people. And then eventually, you know, I'm sure people who play the video games or watch the animations, you know, maybe they do buy the tabletop stuff. It's a completely different hobby. It's a completely different thing. But it's where it came from. So yeah. Just different mediums to enjoy. The flayed ones are bad. Are they really? I don't touch 40K anymore, so I couldn't say anything on the matter. You know what I miss with the Necrons? The green acrylic rods. Not many people will agree, but to me that's like the most nostalgic thing with the Necrons. And that was like their Middle Hammer incarnation. Well, it's not, I don't even think I'd call that Middle Hammer, but... Well, maybe. Maybe. The green acrylic Necron stuff with like the big gem with the monolith. The tubes for all the warriors and the destroyers. It's cool. The old spiders, the wraiths, the old immortals, yeah. I had a little bit of a Necron force, but like I'm not like a lover of Necrons. Yeah. It's just so nostalgic for me. You know, if I want to go back and build a 40k army, I'm 99% going to most likely build something akin to like half the army being metal. Something weird shit like that. Robin Williams. Yeah, he's it was very unfortunate what happened to him. I think I saw a video of him recently interacting with like the monkey. I think it was like Coco the monkey. No, this is Midnight, which does sound like Motorhead, but yeah, it's not Motorhead. I long for the day, though, that you can buy all of the old minis on GW at a very reasonable price. Because if you want any of those old sculpts, you're going to have to go to eBay and pay quite a bit. Which, for the sake of the rarity and just how old they are, well, I say reasonable, which is a pipe dream at this point for like any made-to-order stuff, but you know, if the hobby gets big enough and there's enough of a demand, you never know. It's a good activity. Well, it grounds you, for sure, if you're going to be, you know, whittling away with your hands. Build up that arthritis. We need more arthritis. What is a... You know what is a reasonably priced thing? Let me see. What in the Games Workshop store is reasonable? Like, in your mind. The painting handle. You could also buy a piece of cork. Price per points. Not necessarily. Well, I guess you could say any Battle Force Combat Patrol thing. Sure, because they are discounted, yeah. But you don't typically get to spend, like, price per point on everything. You can have a 100-point unit cost $100 in the old world, which is like satanic. There's a million ways to get cheaper Warhammer, though. I actually buy from my local Games Workshop. Not always, but I like the people who work there. They're very nice, so I support them. But there's a million ways to kind of get deals. You can go 5 minutes down the road and get discounted Warhammer for 20%, which is next to a Games Workshop. Trying to make the same thing? Maybe. I actually own some of the GW handles. I think they're pretty nice. They're a little bit dinky in terms of like the spout that you kind of hold on to, but they're not terrible. Keep bashing, find the STL. I think, well, for the sake of hobbying and any hobby tool or anything in kind of like the realm of miniature working, you want to save money so you can buy more shit, and you want something that's going to be good and works for you. So, you know, shop around. You don't have to go with anything Games Workshop. I would say the number one thing Games Workshop does the best is the miniatures. No brainer, right? The grass is green. Like, GW minis for me are number one. It's my nostalgia, it's my preferred sculpting style. You know, all the guys who used to work there and the gals were... It's amazing. So, for me, that's something I'll always buy into, but in terms of tools and other things, you don't really have to go with GW. Which is ironic because I'm using a GW blade right now, but I do like it. People sell bits. Yeah. I used to buy a shit ton of bits. I used to do converting on everything and be like, here's a $20 chore thing from mowing Granny's lawn. There's a bunch of bits. Well, the Christmas boxes are meant to be amazing. Any sort of like combat patrol Christmas box, you get the best value from Games Workshop in those. 100%. What's even better is if you really want to save money, you can go to your local hobby store or even online and buy them for like 20% off. The big drawback for going to Games Workshop for me is just, if I like the people who are working at the Games Workshop, I'll buy the stuff there. If they're kind of dicks, which I've had people in the past be kind of like rude, I won't really want to buy there. I'll play there, but, you know, I can take my money and go 5 minutes down the road and get 20% off. Yeah. You know, a lot of people who get into the business anyways of like hobby stores or miniature gaming, they love what they do. They really do. couple years ago, my local GW had an event, $10. Really? That sounds a little... I don't know how Games Workshop would do now with that stuff, but one of the funniest things I've ever been through with a Games Workshop was they held a garage sale in a Games Workshop. The manager was like, okay, everyone, you can bring in any Games Workshop stuff you want and sell it to each other in our store. What? Based. So that was crazy. Yeah, I don't think that really happens these days, but you know. That's I mean, sometimes they do that. At the GW I go to, they have like a table full of like old things that they're going to send back, so they sell you them at full price. But these days, I don't think you can do that. Back then, maybe with certain managers, you know. But yeah, you typically want to support those who are nice and you know do things for the community. Which again, most people who are in the hobby will typically do that. Like, the only reason hobby stores are able to stay open is because of community. It's the people who walk in. It's the people who come play games. It's the people who talk about things and, you know, hang out at the store and make friends and whatnot. That's pretty good. That's really good. I don't know what those go for these days, but $100 for something like that sounds reasonable. Yeah. If it's not selling, you know, someone's going to want it, I'm sure. Yeah. I think they reprinted it maybe once. Maybe? Can't remember. It's a hefty fucking box. Like, really good sculpts. Mm. Mold in the box. Well, there you go. There's the reason it was $100. You had a few more things than mold lines. Actual mold. Games Workshop minis now come with mold that you have to clear out along with the mold lines. It's like, where do you think the lines came from to begin with? Nurgles, Tyranids. These are just old world dwarves. Yeah, this is just a 2,000 point army of big powder gun lines and helicopters. And engineers. So this is a 2,000 point force of shooty dwarves. The list was very loosely made, so I'm probably going to can a few things and change a few things around, but the general idea is there, so I know what I'm kind of building. Which is good. You know, you don't really run in circles. You can kind of just build the list that you want and then play with it. Yeah, so this is quite the task. Yeah, the number one thing I've complained about, I think, with GW kits, though, is that, you know, seeing mold in a kit is not normal. Clearly there was, like, water damage or something, but the, for how much you pay, one of my biggest gripes is that they don't really take care of the sprues when they shove them in the box. Like, there, in my opinion, there should be some sort of, like, foam or bubble wrap for the price you pay for kits. I've had so many sprues get damaged. Maybe put some sort of, like, paper to separate things. Storage, yeah, exactly. Super mold. The super mold. I mean, for that much money, that's kind of a steal. You know, there's a lot of very expensive things in GW's catalog that have been out of production for ages. If you can find one for a reasonable price, that's amazing. Like, that entire set has only unique sculpts, right? It's not even, like, connected to tabletop. It's just its own box set. Which is awesome. I believe they are. Oh, the camera's all fucky. Whoops. Alex Sloser. Excuse me. Cool. So this should be right here. And put this down. And we're good. The organ gun. Okay. Technically almost done this, thankfully. That's the last war machine I need. Wait, what? The fuck? Why'd I clip out all of these? The beast is almost tamed. This blade is getting way too dull. Ay, ay, ay. The problem with some blades like this is that you don't even use the entire length of, like, the thing itself, so you only have a very certain area that gets dull, and the rest of it's just irrelevant, because you don't really scrape in a certain way. Maybe that's me, though. Malib, hello, sir. Good morning, good morning. Is it the weekend? Is today Saturday? The best day of the week? Soon to be followed by the fakest day of the week? Yo, Sunday doesn't exist, just lay closer. Sunday is a very odd day. I'm inclined to agree. Sunday is fake freedom. It's all over the place right now. I'd say it's healing, if that's a word you use. It is healing. My lungs need to do some healing now. My back is pretty good. But yeah, there's always a problem health-wise, it seems. One thing gets solved and another problem arises. Welcome to health. So this should be good to add. So technically what I should do before doing anything I think they're fine. Again, I'm not really a one-trick anymore, so it doesn't really bother me, but I've never really been a one-trick. They're only being nerfed because Essence is coming back, and there's items that can proc passive on, like, Q. That's the main thing. It's more of like a safety measure so Gangplank doesn't become, like, the most busted piece of shit ever. If Essence didn't make a return, it probably wouldn't have got nerfed. That's basically it. Well, yeah, GP fucking hurts. GP does so much damage. It's just when you have a first item that's like Essence Reaver, it's pretty disgusting. It's like a reasonably affordable OP GP. I don't want anything OP, because then the game becomes too cheesy. I don't even main GP. Like, I play whoever at this point, so I'm not too fussed about nerfs, but, like, it's an identity nerf for sure. Like, crit is kind of his go-to thing, so... It's a very hard thing to... It's hard to balance a game like that. There's just so many characters. So many characters, so many items, so many combinations. You just kind of hope that, like, what you're doing makes sense. Which I think for the sake of GP it does. You know, you don't give him his best item back and be like, okay, you're fine. But you have to compensate somewhere. I have to paint everything, because this is like a brand new army. Build-wise, I have to do a bunch of more infantry. I have to do 4 gyrocopters. I have to do some metal minis. I have to make some minis, like, from scratch, convert some stuff up. I've made some pretty good progress in kind of building out the framework of everything. Because, again, I do plan on converting just about everything in my army. But baseline, most things are coming along pretty good. Some things I won't need to convert, but yeah, it's a process for 2K. I wouldn't say 40 minis left. I wouldn't say 40, maybe like 20. 20 more. I think the army overall maybe has about 40 guys, though. 40 to 60, I'd say. And then war machines and others, you know, things like gyros and whatnot, characters. Yeah. Gyrocopters are, like, really cheap points-wise, but they're very expensive money-wise, and there's so much that has to go into them. So, that's coming up next. Once I can finish this war machine, this organ gun right now, I'm going to start building gyrocopters. And I have to build 4 of them. And that's like minimum 4. I might even bump it up to 6. 40 is 40 days. Maybe. Is this going to be a lot long? Well, it probably will take more than 40 days for this whole army, like, to build 100% of everything. If you want to play something cheaper, play AOS. You can play Age of Sigmar with 1 box, which I hope they do for the old world. That'd be cool. You know, for people who want to just start it out and say, let's just roll dice. But the old world is more of like a specialist game. It was, you know, old Warhammer Fantasy, which was like festooned with rules and nuance. It's expensive. It's more expensive than AOS, for sure. More minis, more money. But you can still play. You can play Battle March. Yeah, you can play that from Cetra's Fury. The issue is that it isn't contained in 1 box. You know what I mean? And the way for the average person getting into the hobby, the old world is so poorly structured for like beginners because you have to buy the core book, you have to buy the Forces of Fantasy or Destruction, whatever they're called. Then you have to buy the Arcane Journal. Then you have to buy the fucking minis. It is so poorly structured, in my opinion. If you want it to like succeed in terms of, you know, people just saying like, hey, that's cool, you need to make it something akin to like, you know, Combat Patrol, I would say. Pre-built. I would hate pre-built Warhammer. That gives you less options to kind of like do your own thing. Old World is a very strange, because it's so akin to like what people grew up with, and it's a specialist game, and everyone working on it, you know, is a Warhammer Fantasy fan. I wish it was a little bit more streamlined in its approach, not in its rule set. It needs more rules. Well, magic items, and runes. But you know, with how incredibly unfriendly it is to kind of get into with like initial purchases, yeah, it's a bit rough. If it ever gets big enough and it can kind of take on like the Combat Patrol approach, where if you want to just play Old World, you buy 1 box and get on with it, that would be cool. But yeah, you know, only time will tell. It did just come back. If down the line it's a massive success and they want to push it more into the mainstream, cool. But whatever you do, don't devalue. Don't slim down the rule set. Like, we don't need Age of Sigmar 2. And it will never be that way, ideally. No game is made to be too complicated. Fantasy just has a lot of nuance. There's like a million minor rules that you have to remember. Runes. Oh, compared to what we had back in the day, I mean, right now there's not that many runes. And that's what makes the dwarves, you know, special with their own magic, right? Is just you can create your own weapons, create your own combos. Like, yeah, you need the runes. The coolest thing I've seen in the old world, and I haven't played a game yet, is the Gunthane. That's fun. You've got some souped up Engineers Guild contraption on some Thane. Dude's got the super shooter. This wheel is done for now. When I finalize all of these wheels, I have to go in and scrape out everything in the grooves. Kill me! Don't want to do it right now, though. I'm not doing it. Not happening. I don't... You know what? Maybe try tea, man. Tea's pretty good. I got out of coffee with tea. I've never really been a big fan of coffee, but, like... Tea was a good alternative. Made me feel better. Good question. I think they do. I believe. As like a legacy army, I think. Tea is tea is so good. Yeah, tea's awesome. Just dirty water. Dirty dwarven bathing water. I believe you can play Chaos Dwarves in the old world, but you can't buy them. Oops. Actually, not oops. What the fuck? Pretty much. A lot of, I mean, eventually they will come out with their own range. Okay, so we'll say this. If the old world does well, they might bring back the old Forge World stuff, which at one point was like the big hotness for 8th edition. A lot of Chaos Dwarf stuff. They could maybe go back and bring out, what was it, 4th or 5th edition metal stuff, if they still have those kicking around, which I think they do. But chances are, if the game does really well, they're going to probably redo the most basic of troops. Because, like, Dwarf Warriors never really existed outside of, like, what, 4th and 5th edition? There was no updated sculpt for them, and that's kind of like, I don't know, the backbone of your army. So, I wouldn't put them... you know, on the never going to happen list, because technically anything can happen with the old world if they see success. But right now, yeah, you can't really buy any official old Chaos Dwarf minis. You could buy the Health Smiths and then, of course, convert them up and make like a whole force and do hobgoblins and everything. But, yeah. They're just not really a popular faction. I did. That game looks good. I think it takes place on, like, Mars. Yeah, same studio. Recast of Forge World models. No, you know what? You do you, bro. Those exist. The old Tamarcon Chaos Dwarf minis. Ideally, Games Workshop just brings everything back, but again, pipe dream. Ontos. Soma's such an amazing game. Yeah, Soma for $1, yeah. That game is one of the best I've ever played. Super intriguing, super fucking weird, super disturbing. Yeah, great game. What does it mean to be human? Blue tack. I mean, you could sub-assembly everything. I'm just blue tacking stuff right now because I don't want to commit to gluing, and I like to see everything I've built represented in some way to see how long it's going to take me to do everything. For the sake of converting as well, you can blue tack things to kind of gauge what it might look like before you commit. Because once you glue things and everything starts to melt together, you can pull it apart, but it's not ideal. You have to scrape it again and, you know, file things down. Yeah, so for me, I like to gauge everything I do before I do it. It's a layered approach. Like an onion. Like Shrek. But you definitely don't need to do this. 100% you don't. Like, if I'm spending fucking 100 Canadian dollars on 2 war machines, I'm gonna take a bit of time to figure it out. Like, jeez, it's expensive. God damn, whoops. Okay, we've got problems. I need more blue tack. Aye, we need more blue tack, sire. Shit's falling apart. This is just way too much now. It won't even work. Whoops. Soma. No VOD of you playing it. That was such a... Dude, I love that game. You know what? I remember the ending, and I hate that I do, but it's that good of an ending. But I don't remember most of the game outside of that in terms of, like, every event you do. Maybe I could replay it. Soma was truly, like, one of those... It's a game that you get to think about life a little bit when you beat it. It truly is such a great game. You know, stupidity, though, not recording every game. At the time, I didn't know. Now that I do, I record everything if I can. I'm not going to record me building Warhammer, at least not yet. Considering all this stuff can be built 20 times over. But, this is just genuinely not built properly, but it'll do for now with the blue tack. Go. That you could do. Learned that the hard way. My Radiker lately. Leg is a tiny bit off-centered. You could chop it apart, man. You could do it. I'm a very obsessive individual when it comes to things, so I try to just make sure I do it right the first time. Not when it comes to painting. Painting is different, but building and stuff like that, which is a very easy, finite experience where you can get it right the first time, I try to take it slow. You'll never get painting right the first time. It's impossible. And that's never the goal with painting anyways, so... Well, you know, there's always a... This is not built properly, but that's the point. There's videos on YouTube regarding, like, army building, you know, vlog-style things, which I wish I could do, but right now my issue with this PC is that it lags. It's got very slow... Well, it just gets sluggish sometimes, so, like, if I recorded anything, there'd be gaps in the video. So I just don't even want to do it right now until I can fix it. But, you know, everyone hobbies their own way and has, like, a million things going on, so it's cool to share it. It's art. Art's meant to be shared. Gives other people ideas. inspires people to continue stuff. And mochi hair and everything. Niche armies. That usually is the case. There's a lot of things in this hobby that can inspire you and be like, man, I really want to do that, or I really need that. There's a million ideas, but the ideas usually outweigh the effort, you know, in getting everything done. So I'm just gonna hunker down and build things and get shit done, which is the goal. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing outside of the detailings should be this. Exactly. See, that's the issue with things. People need to know when to stop. And it's not that I'm perfect and I know when to stop. Sometimes I don't. Warhammer is just a very fickle thing where, like, as much as you love something, you'll probably like another thing as much, potentially. And then it's like, how many things do I have in my backlog? Too many. Like, chances are for me in the future, I'll probably be doing... I'll do Caradron. I'll do the new Fire Slayer stuff. I'll do the new Dwarf AOS thing that comes out. I'll probably have, you know, Pipeline Dream here. 2,000 points of, like, Expeditionary, 2,000 points of Royal Clans, 2,000 points of Slayer Host. Ideally, everything. But that's a bit of a fever dream. 70 in a Trench Crusade Warband. 70 different kits to build. Like 70 boxes. Still gotta paint. Well, painting is a whole different beast. If you have them built, that's like half the battle. Building a mini is infinitely better than having it just sit in a sprue and do nothing. At that point, you don't even have to paint them. You could just sit on them for a bit, but... yeah. get it off the sprue. Ooh. Well, painting can ruin everything, but you got to do it, man. I mean, I understand that's the fear, but like, if you never get over that fear, you're never going to get anything done. The for the sake of what am I going to say? Well, for the sake of mold lines, again, you don't have to do them, man. If you like looking at mold lines, go for it. It's just, for me, with how much money I've spent, and I don't mind the whittling. I try to get everything. I think it, for me, looks a bit better, but yeah. Finally done with the mini. Kingdom Death minis. I think it's a lot of skin, right? Hey, share it, sure. Let's see it. Is it a commission? Yeah, you're good. It is a commission, gotcha. Bear, hello, sir. Yeah, we've been here for a few hours. I mean, if you really don't know how to do mold lines, really? Mold lines are, I think for some people they can be a bit weird because it's a very monotonous thing. But I would say they're worth it. Ooh. Alex Loser. I mean, the biggest thing about mold lines is you're not necessarily cutting, you're scraping. Some things you may have to cut, but most things you're just kind of like cleaning up. And it's not too invasive. Norcanny, hello, buddy. I've seen it. Yeah, it looked good. I watched the whole thing live, too. It was awesome. Coordination disorder. Oh, well, that's different then, right? If it's health-related or whatever. I would say it's worth trying, though. What's with the light? There's no reason not to try it. You know, maybe take like an extra bit and just start scraping the lines. That could be good. You can practice. It's like painting. You know, you can practice on other things instead of your super impressive fulgrim or whatever. Post in the Discord. Do some cleanup. I mean, it looks good to me. I gotta do cleanup. It looks good, man. Is that I don't even know where that's from Kingdom Death, right? Does Kingdom Death do are these supposed to be like diorama pieces or are they like game pieces? It looks good, man. I mean, everything you typically do looks good, you know, blazing aside. Blazing aside. Yeah. There's a lot of different miniature styles. I don't think I'd really want, you know, pinup girls in my room as like minis, but some people do. That's cool. Yeah. Game pieces, that's cool. How am I? The channel name is just, I like it. It's different. I don't really want it connected to League and whatnot. Different ecosystem. I think it is suitably comfortable. I guess for the sake of like miniature companies, though, you do want to kind of produce things that other people aren't producing. If you do pinup style things, people will want them, you know? If I did miniatures, fuck, it'd just be a bunch of dwarves. That's it. Like, where else can you get dwarves? A few places. I think the only other miniature brand I've ever painted or worked with was maybe Reaper. I ended up buying a bunch of medals back in the day for like my orc and goblin army, like little mushroom men and things like that, and I'd kind of paint them up in unit fillers. Actually, technically not, though. I've also done Mom's miniatures, which do a lot of like Warhammer Fantasy adjacent things. Avatars of War, actually, too. Okay, I'm remembering a bunch now, but yeah, usually for me these days it's just kind of Games Workshop stuff. The good old Citadel miniatures. Maybe a Votan army. I ended up selling my army for the Votan stuff. I purchased, like, the whole line, and I said, fuck it, I'm not really into this right now, and I just sold it for, like, a little bit less. And it went to somebody. Went to a bunch of people, actually, so that's cool. I have the Votan books, not the novel, which I hope inspire me one day to really get back into it, but right now, not really. The Votan have been a very weird thing in my eyes. They're very dwarvish, very sci-fi, but something about them, something about 40k and its very inhumane, you know, heartless world is very, you know, it doesn't need to be all sunshine and rainbows and, oh my god, we've got a family, don't kill me. But it's like all the worst aspects of the dwarves taken up to 11. They're just greedy little corporate bastards. Capitalistic freaks. Cloned in vats and sent to work with genetics of the ancestors given to you at birth. There's something about them. I need to love them. Yeah, but that's not, yeah, true, but we'll see. Oh, it was the Votan. Yeah, it was a while ago, too. Like, I'm not giving up on 40k because I've loved 40k for ages, but I want to give it more time. I will let my thoughts on 40k simmer for probably another year or so. Chances are I will have an Age of Sigmar army again, Old World army. The final frontier to conquer would be 40k. You know what'd be cool for 40k is more Xenos races. It is meant to be miserable, though, for sure. That's just what 40k is. More Xenos races would be very cool. Would be awesome. Elder Corsairs. What about the Exodites? Bring on the Exodites! Bring forth the dinosaur Eldar. Vampires in 40k? I have no clue. Yeah, I guess Dark Elves? Dark Eldar? That I have no idea. I don't really know what a one-to-one comparison would be in 40k. It's like an army. And it should always be kind of a what-if scenario. It's like, what if the dwarves made it to 40k? Well, they'd be abhumans. They wouldn't be dwarves. What if the elves were in... Well, the elves in 40k are kind of like elves. Oh, the Blood Angels. Would you say then... Well, what I mean by that is... Could you ever translate undead armies into 40k and have them be like necromancers and things? If you had to have some sort of like, I love fantasy, I want to do 40k moment, and you were talking about like a vampire counts player, I don't think a counts player would ever want to play... Maybe Necrons, maybe. I don't really know what kind of comparison there'd be. Do space necromancers exist? Probably. I'm not really caught up on my 40k these days. That I will say with utmost assurance. Oh. The utmost assurance. Night Lords. Those guys are fetid, from what I've heard. Ooh, yeah, there's probably, you know what? You could also just homebrew your own thing. Who knows? Technically, aren't the Tzeentch guys, the Rubric Marines, all just like hollowed armor with like magic in them? That's kind of necromantic. With a focus on magic, that could be something. Yeah. Well, there you go. Space Marine necromancers. The Zanguina. And its filthy minions. Thousand Sons are sick. People do like him. Like, technically, people like every Legion. All the main ones are, like, beloved by so many people. How are the books structured in 40k right now in terms of what you play? Like, are Thousand Sons and all that shit kind of its own book? Is that how that works? Does Nurgle have their own thing? Like, I guess they do with the Death Guard. Necrons fill that undead. Well, pretty much. Yeah. Skeletal remnants, you know, brought back to life, blah, blah, blah. Space Egyptians. Ideally, with Games Workshop, they do want to get you into everything. Like, them bringing back the Leagues of Votann was a very, very smart thing. Well, I should say the squats. You've got dwarves in Age of Sigmar, you've got dwarves in Warhammer Fantasy. You used to have them in 40k. In Necromunda, they existed for a bit, well after they got canned. But, like, you know, it's... Oh, you like dwarves? Well, now we have dwarves in 40k. Oh, you like elves? Well, we have Eldar. They get you into everything. Delafars, hello, buddy. Good morning, good morning. Excuse me. Human size. Is he the size of a van? Grungni in Age of Sigmar is the size of an ogre. So, who knows? The, I don't really know where Gotrek is right now in Age of Sigmar. I've only read, like, the first 3 to 4 Gotrek books. So, I have no clue. I don't even know if that's a meme or not, but maybe. Is he a big dwarf now? Is he turning into an ancestor god? I should probably track those down. I think I'm missing, like, Blight Slayer. I think maybe just Blight Slayer. Well, he did, but he ended up in Age of Sigmar. He flew out of a volcano, and the Fire Slayers thought he was a god. Like Grimnir reincarnate. Like, what the hell are you guys, Dwarden? What the fuck is that? You mean dwarves? But he is very much in Age of Sigmar now, and on the move. I hope we get new Gotrek books with Felix. For some reason. If he ever comes back. Yeah, well, you know what the interesting thing is? A lot of those gods were presumably made by the old ones. They're all aliens. An alien made everything. All the races were, at least. The orcs kind of hitching a ride on their ships and then populating the old world as well. Who knows how we were made? It should be good, yeah. My biggest gripe is that it's going to be for console, which can be bad considering they might streamline it a bit. But I'm pretty excited, yeah. The scope in which a game like 40K with Total War could be is nuts. Men of Iron DLC. You know what? Knowing Games Workshop, who knows? Warhammer Total War, at least the fantasy version, has like 5 billion DLCs with characters that haven't been seen in tabletop for like ages. Units that were never in tabletop to begin with. I hope it's a smashing success. $40K needs a very, very big, all-encompassing game that kind of drives people to play, you know, or rather invest in that universe. As good as Darktide is, Space Marine is, as good as all these personal, you know, journeys into, like, very specific things, as great as those are, we haven't really had a game that has encapsulated 40K in a long time since, like, what, Dawn of War 3? Which was kind of bad. So to see the Total War formula be adopted into 40K is nuts. Like, this should be the all-encompassing 40K game. The Men of Iron. Those are the old, aren't those the old, fucking uprising thing, the AI? And don't the Votan maybe have some, or some shit? Yeah. Again, you never know. They could make a million things. That's where we're headed with ChatGPT. Yeah, Blackstone Fortress is pretty cool. I mean, they even brought back the Amble, which is fucking sick. That I think was my coolest, well, rather my favorite thing of that box, was seeing the Amble. Or even, like, a lot of the weird little dinky creatures. Yeah. I do remember that model, though. He's got, like, a machine gun for an arm, and he's just, like, a very static sci-fi robot. That's cool. You know, more stuff like that, GW, right? Scale Custodes. Well, that game is going to have very good scalings, hopefully, for units. Right? Like, you won't have Space Marines be the size of Guardsmen. You'll have Custodes be, I'm sure, lore accurate, or mostly. If you encapsulate a world and want to sell everything as it is, you need to kind of get the sizings right. I mean, they've already showed Stompas, for God's sake. What's going to stop them from putting in a Warlord Titan, a Gargant, a Bio Titan from, like, Tyranids, you know? The fucking Tau Manta. The Tau Manta could fly down and drop off, like, 50 units of things. So there's a million things I could do. The scale of Total War is what intrigues me the most, because 40K's scales are just so insane. It is such a very, very cool thing to see. So those are pretty strong alone. Well, I mean, they did it, and they had ogres in Total War Warhammer, which are beefy as fuck. Instead of units of 100 goblins, you have, like, 10 ogres. They could do it. If there's any faction like that in the game, it's probably going to be ogres. Ogres. I'm not a fan of them. Well, I'm a fan of everything Warhammer, I suppose, but... yeah, they just want to eat money and food. The life grind set. Make the money to get the food to not die. Shit. The Emperor. You know, I don't know if the Emperor is going to be back, but we know... well, Primarchs are going to make their way into Dawn of War. I think the line was shown, right? So you're going to get Primarchs in Total War. There's no reason you wouldn't. The Ogre trailer was dope. Everything CA has done for, like, the Warhammer universe has been amazing. It's all been very incredible. If they can do that with Warhammer Fantasy, what can they do with 40k? I guess we'll see. Yeah, ogres in multiplayer are a bit boring to fight because they're so... for the sake of the dwarves, it's like, okay, bring slayers or bring blasting charge miners. That's usually it. Ogres are kind of annoying. And cannons, actually. I'm not really sure how that matchup goes. That I don't know. I would assume lead belchers in that matchup are just completely unplayable. Like, lead belchers pretty damn good against any sort of like dwarven unit. It's like, unless you're trading with artillery, you're just dead. No, lead belchers are disgusting. Yeah. Chores are the greater dwarves. That's factually incorrect, but okay. Thank you for your incorrect opinion. Incorrect. Those oofty hats. Yeah, those, well, if anything, I mean, Total War did pretty good by the Chaos Dwarves. They've always been kind of like a weird hodgepodge of different editions being somewhat playable. Yeah. It is cool to see them in a true form. With a cohesive look. Because that's number one with, like, Total War, is making everything kind of up to date and look the part, look a cohesive, like a cohesive army. And it's not that the old stuff was bad, because it was done by the Parries, and the Parries are amazing. But it's just a different period of sculpting. It just doesn't really mesh together too well with, like, the new stuff. Yeah, that's massive. I suspect we are going to get the Vampire Coast in the old world, which is just going to be a very annoying, chaff-heavy fucking gunline army, but who cares at that point? You've got vampires. It was always weird seeing... There was a book that had come out, I think it was around 8th edition. It was called The Monstrous Arcanum. I got it behind me. But they actually had rules for the... what were they called? The Necrofex Colossi? Right? The big... botched ship with, like, the cannon arms and whatnot. They had that in 8th edition. I don't know how many people fucking made it and played with it, but, like, no mini. Way back when they used to sell Vampire Coast minis as, like, a conversion kit, it came in a plastic bag, early 2000s. It came with the Empire Militia and the Zombie kit, and you had to kit bash them. So that was fun. But they've never really been a force. They had a few metal releases. They had Dreadfleet. That was a massive success with what they did with them. That's awesome. A hound dog? Probably not. Mochi's enough for me. Custom Vampire Coast Army all for nothing. It most likely will be a thing down the line. I am excited, though, for the end time stuff. I just want to see new dwarf things. You know, not that anything new came out of the dwarves in end times, to be honest, but... What I want to see is... I want to see mount options. I want to see an engineer and a fucking gyrocopter. I want to see oathstones, shield bearers. I want to see steam drill, deep striking miners. I want to see stuff. Cool stuff. It should be great, though. You know, they did say they had more DLC planned beyond, like, Lords of the End Times, so that's cool. Yeah, well, that's how miners typically used to show up in the game. Even now, they show up as, like, a deep strike. Not anywhere on the board, but... Where the hell are we going? Yeah, that'd be dope. You give the Skaven a taste of their own medicine. Like, most of what the old world is currently is, you know, Total War's success. And, if they think they can make money with, you know, the Vampire Coast, I don't see why they wouldn't do it. They did with Cathay. And Cathay was pretty much an army built from the ground up, and that was amazing with what they did. Very, very good job with Cathay. And I think with this being done, we've pretty much made all of the main pieces for the War Machines. Until I revisit them for detailings and conversions and stuff like that. The carriage is done. Well, not the carriage, the actual organ gun. In a sec. Progress. Maybe not yet, actually. I started painting Warhammer 40k and now I'm broke. You'd be broke before you would even paint them. You'd be broke building them. The building materials alone are as much as the fucking minis. But I don't blame you, sir. It's happiness. We all need a bit of joy in this world, and by the gods, it'll come in the form of Warhammer, to a degree. I'm happy with that for now. No, I'm not. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna call it for that. That's totally fine for now until I get back to it, but it's 90% done. Maybe 75%. 75. All the detailings and conversion work and everything to make everything a little bit more unique. Cool. Bank loan. To do Warhammer armies, I'm sure people have. I don't blame them. This shit is absurd. It is utterly absurd. People just want to be happy. Give us our joy cheaper. Well, there we have it. 2 kind of completed organ guns. Which will probably do nothing in the game. Considering they have shit ballistic skill and we've got 2 artillery dice. So, that's fun. But maybe they pop off. Maybe they have 20 shots a turn. Who knows? If you're lucky. Okay. So, done for now. Done for now. Next thing would be gyrocopters, which is a nightmare. Although I do think I need to end here. Because I want to have some breakfast, and I'm probably going to go take a shower. And I got to take Mochi for a little bit of a walk. Usually acrylic. I mean, there's a bunch of, like, miniature paint brands that you can go with. You're not going to go to the dollar store and use their paint, but, yeah. Pristine musky scent. Well, I need to shower. I've been showering a lot lately. I just haven't been feeling good. My lungs have been so fucked, and getting in the shower kind of helps them. Like, my breathing has slowed down a little bit, which is not a good sign. We're good. Mochi's been a bit of a fiend lately because Mama's not here. My back is mostly good. I should stop going for appointments, to be honest, for, like, therapy and shit, but since it's not 100%, I don't mind. But it's mostly done, yeah. The second my back got feeling better, I ended up with a dual lung problem. I don't know what it is yet, but it's, it's that, whatever that dry cough is. So I'm gonna have to go, next week before everyone goes on Christmas vacation. And I'm left to die. It's not the plastics. Maybe I caught something going to the fucking doctors so many times. That might have been it. I've been to the doctor's, like... Or rather, I've been to a doctor's office area for over a month and a half now, I think. Which is pretty annoying. It may be that, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. It could be anything, bro. I have no idea where it comes from or how it got in me, but... You know, one day you feel great, the next day you have mucus and you're hacking up your lungs. Yeah, I'm not sure, unfortunately. Okay, well, I need to build a gyrocopter, so I don't mind busting those out and just taking a look. Those are going to be demonic. I have to build 4 of them. Minimum of 4. Gyrocopters! My beloved. Should be back. I ended up making this box, I think yesterday. It's literally just a cardboard box with a bunch of, like, electrical tape. And, I'm trying to enclose all of the plastic scrapings in one area so they don't fly everywhere. And then you can take the vacuum, or you can go empty it, which is very convenient. Yep, it's quite nice. Good ASMR. You're stuck in a tornado. It's tornado ASMR. This is done. Yeah, one sec. Right. Oh. Gyrocopters. Everyone's favorite annoying piece of shit unit. Got bases. We've got the shitty flying stems, which are pretty terrible. At least they have balls on them. Which sounds a bit weird to say, but they've got balls on them. Gyro balls. Look at these bro. When these kits came out, even back then I was like, oh mama. They're great, they look amazing, but like the amount of work you have to put into a gyrocopter is like insane. But they do look tremendous. Look at the balls on them. Huh? I do drink quite a bit of water. I don't think I've drank much recently, but I usually do. Okay. Sudafed for a day. Sudafed. Well, I'm taking a few things right now, but seeing a doctor is like a little bit more important than trying to figure things out at home. For the time being. They always do so many, like, I mean, look at the cockpit, right? So much detailing. But you genuinely never see this. You never see this, ever. Well, that's a little bit different. I don't think I'd really want to paint all of that, to be honest. The pilot just... the pilot just stands in there. Yeah. You really don't. Even if I know it's there, you don't paint that. That's just so dumb. Although, you know what? For my baggage train, which is a fun addition to, like, scoring in the old world, I was actually going to make a unoccupied gyrocopter. So you'd have this on the back of a cart, kind of being wheeled around. And technically, at that point, I would paint it. All you'd have to do is chop away the nub, putty in a few different options for, like, the padding, and then have, like, a vacant gyrocopter. So actually, you know what? Technically, I will be doing that. That's at least the baggage train for this army. This is going to take a while to build. Gyrocopters have the most parts of any dwarf kit, like, ever. There's a million pieces. But right now, folks, I am going to call it here. We've been on for about 4 hours. 3D print mochi. Well, you know what's funny? When I was thinking about what paint scheme and thing to do for my dwarf army, I wanted to do one themed around mochi. where they initially founded like a mountain and then went in and had to kind of fight over certain things with goblins and whatnot, and they were saved by a beast. They were saved by a creature that looked like Mochi, we'll say. And it loved potatoes. So they kind of, like, worshipped this ancestral beast as, like, their protector. Yeah. In a way. Still with, like, the ancestor gods and whatnot, but, like, you know, they honor this creature for kind of staying true and helping them. And then you'd have the Throne of Power, or some sort of shield bearers, and you'd have, like, Mochi sit on top of it. Like a little fucking white Pomeranian. That's funny. I was gonna do something like that. You know, a lot of the main colors would be orange. It looked like fucking potatoes and whatnot, but who knows? I'm a bit beyond that now at this point, but I think for fun, I may actually do a clan within my dwarf, because when I do my clan warriors, so like dwarf warriors, quarrelers, thunderers, I'm doing like maybe 8 or 6 of them in specific colors, and then another in specific colors, so it looks like they're from different clans. And I may actually put some sort of like fun little Easter egg in one of the dwarf warrior units as like a throwback to that idea. The banner they have could be like a very demonic looking Mochi face, and they all have like orange shields. That could be very fun. Yeah, so I may do that, because, like, why not? Dwarf clans are so vast, and there's a million of them, you just don't even know, you know, what half of them are doing, so. Sky's the limit. I probably will do that, that's funny. But, yeah. Anyways, folks, I'm gonna go. I have to have breakfast. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go shower. And I'm gonna be on the main channel this afternoon sometime. Alright? So everyone be well. Thank you for hanging out. My background noise, it'll be back. Before I do go, again, there is a Discord. You can find all of the links to this channel's community if you'd like below stream. There's like a YouTube channel, a Twitter channel, a Twitter, a Discord, you know, jump in, talk shop, do whatever you want. And, yeah. With that being said, folks, take care of yourselves. Thank you for hanging out. And, I will catch you all maybe super late tonight. I'm not sure. But yeah, be well, everyone. Take care, and, have a good day. Peace, folks.